Right. All right. So, we're going to crank it in Astrobot tonight. We're really going to push for it. Game is not that long. I should have no problem getting through it. Have to get it. So, how you feeling now that the era of graveyard shifts is over?
My head hurts.
What hurts?
My head.
Definitely do something about that. Alright, so it looks like this level is very obviously inspired by God of War.
What was the clue? Was it that this level is called Bot of War?
And everything else.
This is the Metal Gear Solid reference. Obviously.
So, I was thinking about your idea. Metal Gear games tend to be relatively short. You know, I could probably, each one, except with the exception of 5, I think most of them could be beaten in like 3 or 4 days, so I think that's probably not a bad idea, what you were talking about. Because I have plenty of time.
Right. My major concern was not that you wouldn't be able to do it, but that playing the same franchise that much would just burn you out so heavily that you'd be like, fuck Metal Gear Triangle, I don't want to play that shit.
I seriously doubt it. The games are not that long, and some of them play very differently than the others, right? Like, Metal Gear Solid 5's gameplay has almost nothing in common with the gameplay of the rest of the games in the franchise.
Right.
And even, like, to my recollection, I haven't played it in forever, but Peace Walker was different in its gameplay style from other Metal Gear Solid games. Oh shit, now we're Kratos. Or, well, we're dressed up like Kratos.
And how far behind am I?
Let's see here.
Oh, it actually looks like the Leviathan X. How about that?
Yeah. I was thinking about God of War the other day a little bit, actually. It feels like in most works of fiction regarding Norse mythology, Jormungandr is depicted as a malevolent force. It's kind of interesting that in the God of War franchise, they've made him more benevolent. And I think I like it better.
Well, they did that because Jormungandr is one of the Jotnar. Jormungandr is a giant. And in almost all depictions of Norse mythology, the Asgardians are the good guys and the Jotnar are the bad guys. But in God of War 4 and in Ragnarok, the Jotnar are the good guys and the Aesir are the bad guys.
There's something
that inversion of the whole thing, yeah.
There's something they never did in Marvel that they really should have at some point, had Jormungandr get involved.
Well, don't even get me started on how bad the handling of Thor was. For easily the biggest drop the ball. Not that any of the actors did anything wrong, but they just...
Oh no, Hemsworth does an amazing job trying to make his very goofy role as serious as possible.
Yes, the writing. Stunk. And they missed out on a lot of opportunities to do a lot of really great things.
I never read any of the Thor comic books, but I'm assuming that in the comics he was a much darker and more serious character.
Well, it depends on the comic itself. Because, Amp was pretty heavy in comic for many decades. But, yeah, you know, one thing I always wanted to see was Frank Miller's take on it. That's the thing, is he would generally work with DC. So
right.
That probably never would have happened, but it still would have been great. But yeah, like, if you think about the Marvel movies, you know, Loki's father is Laufey, and the depiction of Laufey, the frost giant, in the first Thor movie, is that he's a big-time shitbag. But keeping in mind that, you know, in the God of War Norse mythology thing, Atreus, his giant name is Loki, and Kratos essentially fulfills the role of Laufey. In fact, you could even imagine that the Jotnar would refer to Kratos as Laufey in Faye's prophecies. No, wait. Isn't Faye's name Laufey? Hold on. Yes! Okay, so... Faye, her full name is Laufey. That was her Jotnar name. And, Laufey is a guy in the first Thor movie, and is Loki's dad. But, in the God of War games is Atreus' mother.
Oh cool, I can throw the axe with R2 and then recall the axe with R2 just like in a God of War game. Pretty good. Nugget Snacks does not know what any of those words mean.
Thoughts on Kang returning? It sucks what happens to Jonathan Majors. Sucks, hope he does good.
Right, it's MCU stuff. Basically, they were planning on building the next phase of the MCU around Kang. Kang the Conqueror. But then the actor they got to play him got in a lot of domestic abuse trouble. So they just decided, okay, we're going to do Doctor Doom instead. And we're going to cast Robert Downey Jr. because we don't know how else to get people to pay attention to our movies.
Yeah, which is really funny, because a lot of people would have been better choices for that, but what are you going to do?
But I don't think
what
Snacks
I will
has
say...
watched any MCU stuff since the Endgame. Pretty sure.
I haven't even watched Endgame. I've watched clips of it, so I know the broad strokes on YouTube, but I've never actually watched that movie. The last Marvel movie I sat down and watched the full way through that came out chronologically would have been Infinity War. Actually, wait, the second Ant-Man movie takes place after Infinity War, right? Or rather, it came out after Infinity War.
But it takes place
concurrently. Yeah, it happens. Okay. So Ant-Man and the Wasp was the last one I saw.
Yeah, nobody liked that one.
Well, I did, because I actually like the Ant-Man movies a lot.
My dad thought it was okay because he's a big Paul Rudd fan.
I understand that.
And yes, Big Country, you're right. Metal Gear Solid 3 is the first game in the franchise if you go by timeline. So I would play that one first, so that's kind of nice, right? I would play Metal Gear Solid 3, then the rest of the franchise. Then I would play Delta. It works out fairly well. The issue being, I guess, you wouldn't have as clean of a comparison going from, the original 3 to the new 3, but whatever. I'm not that worried about it. Okay, hold on 1 second. Oh, cool. This must be your Mungander. Yeah. Alright. Awesome. Oh, cool. I can jump onto his head and get a new bot. Oh, this is Thor. Now, I do have to say, Thor's role in Ragnarok, looking back on it, was kind of disappointing. It felt like he wasn't in it very much.
It was a huge wasted opportunity, aside from the fact that they built him up so much in the previous game, aside from the fact that he's obviously extremely important. The real huge waste is, don't know the actor's name, but the guy that they got to voice him.
It's not Nolan North, it's,
well, he's like an actual real actor. Played Gary Bertier in Remember the Titans.
Yeah, I can't remember his name, but yeah. I like the angle they took with Thor. It's not an angle that you ever see. It's actually kind of a,
Ryan Hurst is his name.
Kind of unappealing to look at, kind of gross, kind of, negative depiction of him, but feels like he's not in that movie that much when you look back at it.
Right. Ryan Hurst played Sergeant Savage in We Were Soldiers. He had a long-term, very popular role as Opie Winston in Sons of Anarchy.
Oh.
And yeah, he's a great actor, and I thought it was a huge waste what they did with him. Huge waste.
Like, it felt like Baldur was in God of War 1 way more than Thor was in Ragnarok.
Yes. That would indeed be accurate.
And Baldur was awesome. I liked Baldur a lot, and I barely know anything about him from mythology. Oh, it's, fuck, what's the name of the guy's dissevered head? It's, I keep wanting to call him Alistar Duncan because that's the actor's name, but, no, the character
Mimir.
is,
How?
Mimir.
I was like, how are you not hearing me say this? Is my Discord not activating? Fuck.
Yeah, Mimir. I keep thinking Alistar Duncan because that's the name of the voice actor who I think does awesome.
Yeah. The Vanner felt this beam, and it was a fool without beamer at his side.
So, what would be the order? Snake Eater, and then is the second game Peace Walker in terms of the timeline?
In terms of the timeline, yes. It goes Snake Eater, Peace Walker, Ground Zeroes, Phantom Pain, Metal Gear 1, Metal Gear 2, Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear Solid 2, Metal Gear Solid.
Okay.
And I'm not going to put the Raiden as a Cyber Ninja fighting the base guy in there, because
That's a very good game, but it's really just...
that's just the main storyline.
Yeah. And I have played Portable Ops, but it's a pain in the butt to play, so I'm not going to bother with that either. I had to emulate it, because you basically can't get it physical anymore, and it's not digitally available, so I had to emulate it, and I'm not going to bother streaming it. I mean, it's a decent enough game, but there's not much to say for it.
Did you like the Ape Escape?
Yeah, the Ape Escape level was cool. It would mean more to me if I had played Ape Escape before, but, you know.
You know what's crazy to me is that they call it Ape Escape, and yet you never attempt to Georgia. Kramer, all you're doing is getting black people over and over again. How are you doing it? George, you do realize they commit most of the crime in this city, right? I imagine George after that was all shell-shocked like Pim after Desmond made him question his existence. Yeah, did you like that insanely autistic Reddit post from 2018 where the guy's all like, yeah, this is just a fluke outlier season. If you instead replace Mahomes' averages to close to the league averages, he's actually about Dak Prescott level.
Yeah, that was, like, if he didn't suck, then he wouldn't suck. But he does suck.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell?
Man. Yeah, that Gigacope was just... I was reading this, I was like, holy crap, this guy.
Yeah, that was an interesting one.
I was like, somebody's got to invite this guy to the embed right now.
Yeah, we spend time talking about RER. So LeBron is literally the most unclutch player in the league since joining the Lakers.
Which is insanely funny because he was absurdly clutch with Miami and his second run with the Cavs. But ever since the bubble, he just stopped giving a shit. Which is just hysterical.
That's why it would have been great if they could have made that Warriors super team work with LeBron, Curry, and KD. LeBron would never have had to take a clutch shot again. It would have all been KD and Curry.
It's really funny though. Everyone's like, how could we not get this? It's like, guys, this was literally never going to happen. They've been trying to get LeBron for 2 seasons, and the people shutting that attempted trade down. Because Pelinka made the move twice. Twice he had to do that. And both times, Lakers ownership shut it down because they're like, we're not getting rid of LeBron. So, you know, they're in it for the long haul. The only way LeBron's leaving that team is if he walks. They're not trading him. And as if that isn't enough, the Warriors tried to trade for Durant. And Durant himself was the one who said, oh, hell no, I'm not going back. So everyone's like, why didn't we get this amazing super team in Golden State? Would have been awesome. It's all like, why don't you go talk to the fucking guys who would have played for that team then? They didn't want it. Good grief.
Oh, it's the dwarf. The one who died, okay. In Ragnarok, yeah, okay.
Oh. Well, that's not a problem.
Oh, I saw that Avatar: The Last Airbender on X, the fan base, was tweeting a lot today about something that had just happened. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but I guess something happened in the fan base that's
I
significant.
don't have a clue. I'll check it out now. New Avatar: The Last Airbender animated series greenlit as Nickelodeon.
Yeah.
Nickelodeon's greenlit animated series set in the world of its beloved Avatar: Last Airbender. A new show titled Avatar: Seven Havens. In point through episode order will follow a new Avatar. Series will be the third following original show in Legend of Korra. Blah blah blah. Let's see here.
My understanding is that one of the main, the setting of the series is going to basically be Korra destroyed the world.
Yes. Right. Yeah. Korra basically destroyed the planet. She was the worst avatar of all time, which is hysterical. And a young Earthbender discovers she and I've lost interest with another woman. Of course it is. Yeah, it's gonna suck. So I don't know.
But a lot of people were like, "Oh, the DEI Avatar Airbender ended up destroying the universe. He screwed it up. Told you."
No, it's really funny because Korra was a huge wasted opportunity, and they fucked just about everything up that they possibly could have for no better reason than the show creators were mad at Nickelodeon for not letting them do the stuff that they wanted to do. So they decided to make the character gay as a middle finger, as an example. Like, DEI Avatar is not a joke. Because they literally made her gay just to piss off Nickelodeon, not because she was always intended to be gay, but literally just to make Nickelodeon mad. Which is always a good sign, when you're one of those people who, shit their pants, oh my god, representation, I feel so seen. Meanwhile, your existence is literally being used as revenge because of how repulsive you are. Like, I'm gonna put more of you into my product so that I can make my boss angry. That's outstanding. Yeah, since I got suspended for like the weakest fucking shit ever, hoping to rebuild my follow list. I'm really behind on stuff now.
Yeah, that sounds unfortunate.
I learned my lesson. I'm not going to change my posting style or the stuff that I post. I just need to not interact with people who heavily bot stuff. Because then if I make them mad, they will use all those bots to mass report me, and then I'm screwed.
Turns out, X has not been completely fixed yet.
not by a long shot. A realistic panic attack. I like that one.
Yeah, I heard about the Wembayama news, Big Country. Hell of a thing.
Yeah. My first reaction upon hearing it is to say it begins, because that's the problem with these incredibly lanky, rail-thin, super tall guys. Everyone's like, I sure hope Wembanyama works out. It's like, you know why you need to say that? Because literally every guy built like him before he came into the league didn't work out, because when you're built like that, your body just has a shitload of problems. So now he's got deep vein thrombosis and blood clots in his shoulder. He's like, what, 20? Yeah, he's 21. This is not going to bode well for him. He's going to have an Embiid level career in terms of how many games he actually gets to. It's just going to keep getting worse. That's why Bill Walton is the GOAT lanky guy, because he actually managed to win a championship before his body crapped out on him.
Oh, Kareem.
I don't want to call Kareem a lanklet.
Like, what are the other top examples? You got Yao Ming, you got the guy on the Rockets with Hakeem for that. Oh, Samson.
Yeah. Bill Walton, like I mentioned, Manute Bol. And people were shitting themselves over Thon Maker. Remember that one?
Yeah. That was always a meme, though.
Yeah, Kareem had quite a lot of muscle in Milwaukee because the game was just different. He did lose a lot of weight when he went to the Lakers, but he still maintained that strength because of all the yoga. That's why I don't want to call him a lanklet.
Most people I know did not like The Legend of Korra, so...
Oh yeah, it was all-time level bad. It was god-awful. There's no question. It was atrocious. Because see, I remember watching The Legend of Korra as it was coming out in the moment. And the major issue with it at first was that they literally kept going on a season-by-season basis. And what I mean by this is they never knew if they were going to get greenlit long-term. So they had to assume at the end of each season that it was actually going to be the end. So each season is its own self-contained story, and it's not building towards anything. But the reason that this is a major problem is because they just kept recycling the exact same character arc over and over again. Which is, Korra is an arrogant bitch who thinks because of her status as the Avatar she's a lot stronger than she really is, but she needs to learn humility so that she can become the spiritual leader that people need and realize that she's not as strong as she thinks she is, and then she grows as a person. Sounds like a great idea until the fourth fucking time that she does it, and it's like,
Yeah, Lightning, I can't get into hockey. I watched a little bit of it, but I'm not into it. But anyway, yeah.
A lot of the characters were insufferable, a lot of the writing was insufferable, and you know, it ended up being like pure millennial cultural entertainment example, because the most compelling thing about the show were the villains, but at the same time the villains were never consistent because there was no overarching plot or direction that they were going in, and they didn't know if they were going to get continued for, you know, more seasons beyond just the one they were working on. So you had Steve Bloom was doing the voice for the first season's villain, a guy called Amon, who was a really interesting concept of a villain, where he led essentially an anarchic/insurrectionist movement called the Equalist Movement. And the whole point of it was non-benders felt oppressed by the people who could bend. And they were tired of the destiny of the world being decided by the people who could bend. But, you know, all the sacrifice was being done by non-benders. So, you know, you just got through this horrible 100 Years' War. He's all like, how many benders actually died in this war compared to non-benders? You know, we were the ones that actually suffered. So Amon, you know, it's a spoiler, he's actually a waterbender who's a bloodbender, and he uses a special bloodbending technique to be able to block people's chi path so that they can't bend it. But because people don't know that he's a bloodbender, they just see this guy who's leading this movement of, you know, he calls it the Equalist Movement, and he says non-benders shouldn't be oppressed by benders anymore, and then he has the ability to take away people's bending. You know, it was a really cool fucking idea, but dies at the end of the first season because they didn't know they were going to continue it or not, so he's dead, he's gone. Alright, yeah. So who's the antagonist for the second season? Korra's uncle, who is the chief of the Southern Water Tribe, and then the Water Tribe actually has a civil war between the Northern and the Southern Water Tribes. And this guy is actually trying to become the Dark Avatar, where the Avatar spirit, it turns out, had been fused 10,000 years ago with a powerful spirit called Rava. And Rava was like the spiritual embodiment of good and righteousness, and the spiritual embodiment of darkness and evil was called Vatu. So Korra's uncle Unalaq was trying to become the Dark Avatar and fuse with Vatu, the same way that the first Avatar, Wan, had fused with Rava 10,000 years ago. And he dies at the end of that season too. Okay, alright. So then the third season comes around, and now you have like a genuine anarchist movement called the Red Lotus, and their mission is to destroy the established order, to get rid of the monarchies that run the various nations of the world, and they especially want to kill the Avatar because they want people to have their own freedom and ability to make their own decisions and move forward in their lives without being ruled by the power structures of the past. And, you know, just like every anarchist movement, it's a cockamamie fucking idea that doesn't think, you know, well, what happens afterward? They do actually kill the Earth Queen, and that causes a huge, fucking massive civil unrest in Ba Sing Se, which is the largest city on the planet in the Earth Kingdom. And no, it's a huge fucking deal. And that action actually leads to, for the first time, the villain doesn't die. Everybody else in the Red Lotus does die, but that guy, he just gets imprisoned. But the villain's name is Zahir, and he's voiced by Henry Rollins, who did a fucking outstanding job. And holy crap, you know, he was so incredible. I'm like, this is what we put up with all the retarded shit for, in moments like this. But his actions of killing the Earth Queen actually lead to a huge power vacuum inside the Earth Kingdom, where it damn near fractured into massive civil war and just various roving war bands and raiders and tribes and bandits and all that other kind of shit. And in the 4th season, the new antagonist is a woman called Kuvira, who becomes called the Great Uniter because she actually invents fascism and redubs the Earth Kingdom into the Earth Empire. Because she, through military force and might, took all these fractured areas in the Earth Kingdom and reunited them into becoming what they had used to be. And once she had successfully reunited the country like that, a lot of people expected her to just hand the nation back to the monarchy. But the Earth Queen's son, who would be heir to the throne, is like a big-time fop. So during the coronation ceremony, she's like, "Are you kidding me? My soldiers spent years through the toil of their sweat and blood sacrificing to bring this fractured nation back together, and you want me to hand it over to this dipshit? Hell no." So then, you know, she becomes the supreme dictator of the Earth Empire. And I'm like, that's a cool idea too. But then this is the final season, and I'm all like, you know, all of these villains are great and they're compelling and everything, but like, man, it really would have been great if there was more continuity here. And it really bothers me because you're not supposed to be sitting there thinking, wow, these guys have a great point, and then the protagonist doesn't do anything with the great point that they're doing. You know, instead they're just like, well, you know, you killed people, now I'm going to kill you also, but all of your concerns will remain unfounded while that issue just festers. So once the news came out that Korra was the last Avatar because she destroyed the planet, I'm like, yeah, that's fantastic. Stupid Bulldyke decided to start lesing out and forgot to do her actual fucking job, and then the entire planet was destroyed.
There are many jokes I could make here, but it would all get me here.
Exactly. But by far the worst part of The Legend of Korra, which is why so many people who are Avatar fans don't like that series and really hated it, is that in order to try to get Korra to stand on her own 2 feet, the writers did everything they could to separate her from Avatar's past. Because they wanted her to be able to stand on her own identity and to have her own presence in the story and not be overshadowed by how much people liked Aang and everything else. But all that really did is just piss off a hell of a lot of people who were fans of the original series, not just because they wanted more Aang, but because Aang routinely spoke of his past life for advice and guidance. It was an extremely important part of his character. And Korra, not only did she never do that, but in the second season they made sure that that could never happen. And Korra actually severed the Avatar cycle and essentially hard rebooted it, so that she has no ability to contact her past lives at all. And it's like, wow, that's insanely fucking stupid. Because, like, her mentor is Aang's son, Tenzin, who's voiced by J.K. Simmons. And he did a phenomenal fucking job and easily carried the shit out of that series. But, like, that just goes to show you again how badly this thing fucking flops in terms of the writing. Because it's like, how do you fumble that fucking badly? Because when the writing was half decent using J.K. Simmons as an important character, Invincible took the fucking world by storm when it came out. And you managed to capture that same formula 10 years earlier, except your writing was dog shit. How do you fuck up that badly? Essentially, that's what it comes down to, man. It's just a lot of disappointment.
Yeah. On a somewhat similar note, apparently the producers of the James Bond franchise, I think her name's like Barbara Broccoli or something, is stepping back and they're handing the control to the franchise to Amazon. So, I don't know what's going to happen next, but it's going to be interesting. Jeff Bezos is in control of the James Bond franchise.
I don't know whether to be happy or disappointed about that. Because obviously Rings of Power was a horrible fucking thing.
But
they did that flop for it to be money laundering crap in the first place. So like, doesn't have a reason to fuck it up, you know.
Like, it seems too obvious to get Henry Cavill to play Bond. Like, that's so obvious it can't possibly happen.
Yeah, in fact, it's so obvious. I didn't know this, but Henry Cavill actually auditioned to be Bond alongside Daniel Craig. Mm-hmm. But he had a horrifically bad audition. So Craig won with ease.
A lot of people say Idris Elba. That would work too, but the thing is, Idris Elba is basically the same age as Daniel Craig. So what, he would get one movie?
People want it to happen because they want a race swap James Bond because they're retarded communists. It's like, I like Idris Elba, but exactly like you said, it's all like, dude, he's way too fucking old to do this. The whole point is just so that you could have your victory lap of we made James Bond black. Kill yourself. I don't want to see that shit. It is just awful. So, yeah, you know, like, race swapping bullshit lost its ballot box. You know, if you're going to continue to do it, you're just going to lose money for no reason. And that's another reason why I think that Bezos wouldn't do it, is because he doesn't want to lose a shitload of money. You know, he's the second richest guy on the planet, you know, and he could afford to lose all that kind of money. But even the richest people don't like pissing away billions of dollars on nothing. You know, otherwise Larry Fink's BlackRock money would still be funding DEI crap. But he turned the money spigot off because he was like, enough is enough.
Bezos did say he would go to the fans and ask them what they want, so we'll find out very quickly if he actually means that. If he goes to the fans and asks them what they want, I guarantee they're not going to say that... What's the name of the black woman from the Ghostbusters? The 2016 Ghostbusters they did?
Oh, God. Well, I know who you're talking about, but I don't know her name. I think it's Leslie something.
Yeah, like, if it's her, then they definitely didn't listen to the fans, because the fans don't want that. Yeah, Cumberbatch is too old.
Leslie Jones.
Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Dude, could you imagine if Tom Holland played Bond? You fucking
That would
imagine.
be awful.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that would be absolutely awful. Would be a true disgrace. But yeah, as you can see in the chat, I had searched for different ages and stuff. Idris Elba and Benedict Cumberbatch are way too fucking old, unironically. But at the same time, Bond ages are like Daniel Craig was literally the youngest fucking guy to be Bond in his debut, which is really something.
It really does suck. Because Daniel Craig had to save Bond after the gravy train finally ran out. They had to reboot it, redo it. And then 5 movies later, it feels like they're back in the same spot.
I think I know why. Craig had to save Bond because Bond was in a bad position because of how campy the series had been for so long, and then Austin Powers coming out. You know, a lot of people were just like, they weren't taking it seriously anymore. And Craig's Bond was a very hyper-serious, hyper-realistic, kind of thing, which is what saved it. But by the time it got to the, where we are now, like you said, where it feels like it's on the verge of dying again, is because people don't care about Bond anymore because of what it represents. And that's actually, giving a shit about a white country. I mean, I'll never be able to forget listening to behind-the-scenes interviews where they're like, when Bond opens his parachute and the parachute is just a Union Jack, we thought that was going way too far. But when we aired it for test audiences, they went absolutely fucking batshit bonkers over it, so we knew we had to keep it in. And it's all like, that's not the United Kingdom anymore. England isn't even majority London isn't even majority English anymore. So if you wanted to do a James Bond that was very patriotic, to get people to care about it, he'd have to open up the flag and it'd be fucking Pakistani flag or some shit.
The thing was, Bond was campy for like 40 years. And nobody was upset about it until... the point is, being campy is fine, but the problem was, by the end, Bond was campy and bad.
Yeah, well, the thing is like, I think it was part of an overall, like, a growing cultural trend, and Bond was slow to catch up. At this point, I would blame Tim Burton, because of what he did with Batman in the 80s, and what happened with popular culture in the 80s, where everything started to become extremely violent and dark and, a lot more serious and brooding compared to 1960s and 70s camp. There was a huge difference between Adam West Batman and Tim Burton Batman. So, Pierce Brosnan in the 90s, it was pretty decently serious at times, but then at other times was extremely campy, and then people are like, oh, come on, They just, at that point, they just saw his teeth, and they said, come on, we want something with a little more chutzpah.
Right. And, like, Die Another Day was the campiest Brosnan, sure, I think.
Right. And, like as an example, even though Tim Burton Batman, when it came out, was a huge departure from what people were used to, imagine if Tim Burton Batman had been released, around the time Batman Begins. People wouldn't have been buying it at all.
Right.
Especially the fucking, like, what was that Jack Nicholson dancing through the museum as he's defacing all the art and he's doing it to a Prince song?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
Well, I mean, more than anything, like that, I don't think that movie has a script. Like, I think that in every scene, they just told Jack Nicholson and Michael Keaton to, like, go into the room and start messing around, and they'll just edit together into a movie, like...
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, because those are two guys who are famous for just doing whatever the fuck comes to mind.
Like, You know, what does the Joker want in Tim Burton's Batman movie? What is he trying to accomplish? I don't think you can possibly answer that.
The closest thing I would say is that he's still motivated by his past as being a mob boss, so he kind of just wants to control the organized crime in Gotham. But he's also completely crazy, so at times it feels like he wants to destroy Gotham.
Like, the Joker in The Dark Knight's crazy too, but you have a pretty good idea of what he wants. He wants to expose that everyone's just as crazy as he is. He wants to prove that everybody can be dragged down to his level if they get the right stimulus. I mean, the next Bond is probably going to be some actor that we've never heard of. And maybe he'll do a good job. I didn't really know who Daniel Craig was before Casino Royale. Like, what had Daniel Craig done before Casino Royale? Let me actually take a look. Wait, he was in Tomb Raider? I didn't even know that. Let's see here. The Jacket, which was... yeah, that's the Adrian Brody movie. Layer Cake, which I've never seen, but I've heard people talk about. Road to Perdition, I've seen that, but I did not know he was in it. Lara Croft Tomb Raider, same. Yeah, this is a very underwhelming filmography before Casino Royale, I think. Oh yeah, he played a gay guy in Queer, and I guess he got mad that he didn't get nominated for any awards, so he's not going to do another movie where he plays a gay man. Which I find to be really funny, that he's just openly admitting that he would only play a gay man if he could win awards doing it.
Yeah. It's very based.
Like, that was the whole joke of Tropic Thunder. People play, you know, certain disenfranchised or unprivileged people because they think doing it will win them an award.
Right. Retarded, act retarded, not retarded. Left full retard, man. Everybody knows you never go full retard.
What do you think Sean Penn walked home empty-handed?
It was a goddamn war.
Should I buy this?
No, damn it. Son of a bitch. How is it that Kramer's right every time? Kramer, we got reports of a mugging over on Central. Who do you think it was? Let me see, getting a vision. I'm getting real dark energy here. Probably a black guy. What does he do it? He's right every time.
Sounds like a Foster comic to me.
Did you like, Did you like the LeBron?
Yeah, going to the Lakers game.
I
like how Luka's on the Mavericks somehow, and then Ofka says that LeBron should pass it to Luka.
Hey, she's autistic. No, it was fantastic, because unfortunately Grok wouldn't have her say the N-word. Do you know what the N-word is? Like I wanted her to. But he did an amazing job with Nutsack Monday, because all I said was Nutsack Monday. Pants unzipped, testicles out. I was like, fucking fantastic, excellent job.
And he's fired. So, did you decide to practice Nutsack Monday on your final day of work? At the gas station?
It wasn't Monday, though.
Yeah, well, that's how you could get fired for doing it, right?
Is it? Shinji, your weakness embarrasses us again. And now this apology ham. He kicks the apology ham across the room. It flats against the wall.
It is crazy how good Grok is getting with some of this stuff, man.
Yes. Oh yeah. So Lakers fans are kind of shitting their pants because I mean it's hilarious because it's not like having AD long term would have made a goddamn bit of difference to you either. And at least now you got a chance with Luka. But this is ultimately where they're at because of how badly the Mavs fucked Luka over. The Lakers can't sign him to any more money than any other team in the league could. So Windhorse today came out. So the Lakers are under immense pressure to sign Luka Doncic to an extension, but Doncic currently has zero incentive to re-sign with LA.
Yeah.
Like, of course he does.
The only thing they have is the city of LA.
Right. They can't pay him any more than he'd be making anywhere else. And the thing is Texas doesn't have a state income tax, and California has some of the highest state income taxes of any state in the country. So Luka is making way less money now than he was a couple of weeks ago. So he's all like, and I can't even sign for more money here? Like, Jesus Christ, I need the Supermax here just to be able to break even compared to what I was making in Dallas. I can't even fucking do that now.
Like, maybe Luka wants to star in Hollywood movies? That'll probably make him want to stay with the Lakers. That's about it. So, there are a lot of people on X right now. You've probably seen this if you've been on it all. Although, actually, maybe not because you got banned. Talking about how You know how Elon found all the stuff about how, like, oh, people who are over 150 years old are receiving Social Security checks?
Yes.
So a lot of people are saying, oh, this can't happen because when somebody dies, you fill out a form and send it to the funeral home. And then they submit it and it stops the Social Security check. And it's like, yeah, we understand that's how it's supposed to happen.
Yeah, you know what else is supposed to happen is that people aren't supposed to sell illegal drugs or murder people.
Yeah.
And yeah, like that is so insanely fucking retarded.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like there's
like I don't understand how people don't get that. Like, yeah, we're saying that it shouldn't happen. Obviously, yes, people who are 150 years old shouldn't get Social Security because nobody's 150 years old.
No, I actually had a hilarious fucking interaction with somebody online the other day because they were one of these government employees who's getting laid off and they were freaking out. They're like, this isn't fair, this isn't right. Trump doesn't have the authority to be able to fire people like this. And I'm all like, yes, he does. They're like, no, he doesn't. I'm like, he's the head of the executive branch. The executive branch doesn't serve at the pleasure of the legislative branch. There's a separation of powers for a reason. You work under this government department whose authority at the top is the President of the United States. He has unilateral authority to get rid of anybody that he wants to. Have you ever taken a civics class and like, oh, I think I know a little bit more about how the government works than you do, buddy? And I'm like, yeah, you know how the government operates, you know, and I know how it's supposed to work, which is why I voted for Trump, so that he could put Elon in there to make sure that people like you would lose their jobs for this fucking complete bullshit that's been going on for decades that shouldn't be happening.
And then other people are like, you know, they're talking about their own personal experiences. Like, oh, I was supposed to submit paperwork for my, you know, dead grandmother or whatever, and we were still getting Social Security checks months later. They're like, you're a liar. Like, why is it so hard to believe that your experience might be different than other people's experience?
Yeah, it's just one colossal cope after another.
I mean, if every single person in the history of America who died was receiving Social Security, I'm sure we would know about that because the system would have long since collapsed. It's not every single person, it's some people.
Right. And if somebody alleging to be over 300 years old is older than the actual nation of the United States is trying to collect Social Security checks, you know, it's like I said when this news came out, I'm all like, every single person who worked at the Social Security Administration should be fired for letting this happen. Anybody who worked there. They've all got to go, because that's fucking outrageous. Zendaya is going to play James Bond. pieces. I wouldn't be surprised at this point.
Wonder if they could do like an old James Bond story with like someone who is much older than typically expected of the role, and have that be like the gimmick. Because having old actors do action-based roles is kind of a thing in Hollywood right now, right? Bob Odenkirk, Liam Neeson. Could that work? I mean, in a way, they already kind of did the old James Bond storyline with Skyfall, in a manner of speaking, but it could be a little different. Oh, USA Canada's in overtime. James Bond comedy with Will Ferrell. I mean, they already have. Just make another Austin Powers movie. If that's the way you want to play it. That will cost you $599 US. 3-piece Sightjacker. Loses control at the sound of a siren. I don't know what game this is supposed to be. It's been so long since I've seen Austin Powers that I forgot it was a Bond parody. That's like the single most defining characteristic of it. I've actually only seen the first Austin Powers. I've seen a little bit of Goldmember and The Spy Who Shagged Me, and I don't know. It didn't seem all that interesting.
Big Big Country, how could you forget it was a Bond parody? It's literally not even a parody of anything else.
Mm-hmm. I've also never seen Wayne's World.
I've seen both Wayne's World movies. That was based off of a Saturday Night Live sketch series with Mike Myers and Dana Carvey. It seemed like a very thin premise to make a movie off of, but they actually did a really good job, and they got a lot of people to get on board with it. Well, swinging through, time, that's the way.
I saw The Love Guru as a joke because I wanted to see how bad it was, and it was very bad. An absolute career killer. Imagine if Thomas Jefferson or James Madison tried to overthrow the US government. God damn it. I've gotten all the way to the other damn side. Oh, Canada won? Oh well. God damn it. Second X got dropped. Oh, really, Big Country?
Man, I ate 3 hours ago and it's still nothing on my insides.
You know, why even bother eating at all? Why not just not eat anymore? Sounds like it's not worth it.
Exactly. Nah, I mean, it's my own fault because of what I ate. No, I ate pizza. When you go a while without eating, you know, when you fast, if you have very greasy food or food that's high in fat, or especially both, like pizza would be, then your system can't really handle it, which is exactly what's going on right now. If I just ate bread, I'd have been fine.
Yeah, I heard about that, Byron Murphy.
Heard about what would happen.
Team USA lost the championship game against Canada.
Yeah, who cares? It's hockey.
I know. That's kind of how I feel about it. Somebody cares, though. Someone out there cares.
Yeah, Canadians. It generally tells you that it's not important if Canadians care.
One second. Okay. What is this gonna be, like some battle of the bosses level?
I don't think it's that. I think this is more,
The iron jump.
yeah, for real.
Oh! Shit, I didn't. There it goes.
Just call it Big Brother, and doesn't appear to be referencing anything.
Okay. Okay. Alright. So I don't know who Big Brother is, but just freedom. So I'm looking at the list of the highest grossing actors of all time. And the fifth place is a guy named Bob Bergen. And I was like, I've never heard of that guy before. Is he like some actor who only stars in Chinese movies or something? I guess he voices the Minions. What a way to be remembered by history. Yeah, this is... Okay, that character is the main character in Shadow of the Colossus. But this robot is not a boss from Shadow of the Colossus, I don't think. So I'm not really sure what this level is referencing, if anything, but that was definitely the main character from Shadow of the Colossus.
Well, I think it still is a Shadow of the Colossus reference because of both the gameplay and, of course, you know what you just had, and it even said colossal, so you know, obviously. But like I was saying, that character is called Big Brother, and
Original to this game.
yes,
No, it looks like Iron Giant, so that's kind of cool.
I guess they just made him big for the specific purpose of the reference. But I agree, he looks more like Iron Giant than anything else. Check this out.
Oh man, that picture. They are never living that one down.
Not a chance.
And the funny thing is that's like a well-respected member of society. That was someone who was like a professional basketball player. Like this is not just some random person.
Bless you.
Um, like I can't remember what she was, but I know she was like a college basketball star. I can't remember if she played the WNBA or not. Like she was a known person. I wouldn't call her a celebrity, but I was not just some random person living in Baltimore or Detroit. Be right back. All right, we're back. Sorry that took so long. Yeah. So, since you've been kind of off X lately, probably haven't seen. Have you seen any of this Ariana Grande stuff?
No, I have no idea what that's referencing.
Okay, 1 second here. So, to be clear, this is not just a bad picture of her. This is how she looks like all the time now.
Oh my god! Did she go vegan too? What the fuck happened there?
She is vegan, but she's been vegan for a while. There's something else going on here. It's like, does she want to look like that? Is that supposed to be desirable? Like, are we back on, like, Kate Moss evaluations of beauty? Like, what is that, man?
Yeah, that's horrifying.
Mm-hmm.
She's dying.
What it looks like, man. She looks like she's in a fucking like Warhammer movie and somebody sucked the life out of her to preserve their own lifespan. Like the God Emperor has sucked her life force out.
I don't know why women do this, but my god. It's horrible.
Certainly do it.
Yeah. It's bad.
I think either one of Sydney Sweeney's breasts way more than she does.
Could provide the nourishment needed to get her to gain the weight back? Is that what you were gonna say?
That works too. Oh, okay. The campfire from God of War. Like it. Oh yeah, this is where Amir does his reading. You know, I gotta be honest. I'm looking at some of this right now. The Roger Moore Bond movies, I don't really like very many of these. This is when things got really goofy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of funny because the other day, Razorfist was part of a James Bond conversation. There's a lot of people talking about James Bond right now. So he was saying that Roger Moore was the best Bond. And it's all like, nah, you know, I can completely understand, you know, he did a good job himself, but I don't like those movies. And the whole reason I'm bringing it up is it just feels like yet another Razorfist being a contrarian kind of thing, where it's all like, oh yeah, what a surprise, your favorite Bond movies are the ones that everybody else hates.
I think in order to think that, you must be completely into the camp. You must just be like, this series should be pure camp. This should not be taken seriously, because I don't think any of those Roger Moore Bond movies can be taken seriously.
Right, yeah, I definitely agree with you. That's why they're my least favorite, because, you know, I like very serious things.
Yeah.
I like very serious things when it can pull you into the seriousness and get you to take it seriously too. But when it's taking itself very seriously, but it's impossible for you to do so, then it's awful. That's why I really loved Casino Royale, didn't like Quantum of Solace. Skyfall is my favorite Bond ever, and Spectre was okay.
No Time to Die was pretty serious. I didn't think it was great or anything, but...
Yeah, I didn't see the last one. It was when you said that he died at the end, and that's according to the studio, the allegedly canonical end of James Bond, I was like, yeah, no, that's okay.
And now apparently not, since they're doing another one.
Well, what they meant by that is not that it will be the last James Bond movie ever, but that in the story of James Bond, that is how James Bond dies. If they're going with the meme of every James Bond movie, every James Bond character is supposed to be the same guy.
Yeah, that doesn't... Yeah, that really doesn't work, but I understand, you know, broad strokes, whatever, it's not that big of a deal, but that does not fly.
I get it too, but it still makes me salty.
I feel like in the original Bond movies, it was pretty clearly stated that James Bond was an alias, and it wasn't his real name, and then in these, they've made it clear that it is his real name. It just doesn't work. Fraser also had another off-the-wall take a couple weeks ago. He said that the first Mission Impossible movie is the only good one. And I will grant you, it is the best directed one. It has the most artistically done filmmaking. But to say it's the only good Mission Impossible movie is completely out of pocket.
Yeah, more time goes on, the more I think that he just builds his brand as being contrarian, because his whole brand is being the loud, angry guy that shouts at people.
Right. Oh God. Margaret Qualley rumored to be considered for the role of Rogue in X-Men.
Not my favorite.
You know who that is,
'Cause I didn't know who that was, so I googled it just now, and I'm all like, I'm not a fan of her appearance.
He's the one who was breastfeeding a ghost baby in Death Stranding.
Oh no. Oh, but wait, then that means that she was in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood as
Yes.
the lady with the armpit hair. Okay, never mind. I actually love that casting. Those were some amazing armpits. Well, you can't do the foot thing nonstop and not expect me to.
I mean, isn't Rogue's whole thing that she has a big ass? Like, there's got to be some big-assed Hollywood actress that we can get here.
Well, no, her whole thing is not that she has a big ass. Usually in her portrayal, she has a huge rack, which still doesn't fit with that actress. But whose kid was she? Initially, you said Uma Thurman's, but that wasn't correct.
Andy McDowell, the chick from Groundhog's Day.
right. And yeah, she was pretty close. Ron going for 40 tonight? Really? He's taken 90 shots.
Yeah, 40 what?
40 missed threes within the last 5 minutes in a game where the score was separated by one possession.
Oh,
See, what was even better, the fucking footage of that, you know, with the loss against the Hornets where Braun breaks the game-tying three twice in the last 5 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
The announcers knew it was coming, too, because the first time he gets the ball, they go, no!
They knew he was shooting it, you mean?
Well, because, like, there's 5 seconds left, and LeBron's got the ball, so they know he's going to take the shot. And they're like, no! Because they know, they're like, oh, God, that's a horrible... we're going to lose. He's not going to make this. And it's all like, bro, it wasn't that long ago when the crowd used to react the same way when Westbrook had the ball.
Right.
Jesus Christ. How the mighty have fallen. Bond would be loving us.
Bond is loving this, let's be real. He's out there somewhere watching it.
yes.
No, I prefer to think that he's in like a Malayan prison somewhere. he's in the fucking prison from The Dark Knight Rises. They sent him there so he couldn't pay off his gambling debts. He bet the house on Kamala winning. Oh man, that actually gave me a really funny idea. What if the reason Kamala's campaign was in debt was because they actually placed a large bet on themselves to win? Oh man.
Maybe they keep betting on LeBron making game-winning and game-tying shots.
Oh man, that too.
Keep betting on Aaron Rodgers playing more than 5 snaps.
No, they bet on Aaron Rodgers being straight.
Oh god.
Yeah, there you go.
I remember when Aaron Rodgers was dating Olivia Munn, and Olivia Munn, for a very short period of time there, a lot of dumbasses were trying to say that she was the hottest woman on Earth because she was co-host of G4.
Right.
So these are retarded dipshit nerds who are like, oh my god, a gamer girl. It's like she's not even close. But it's hilarious to me because I'm like, man, if I could have gone back in time to when I was in high school, because you know, even back then, Aaron Rodgers obviously was famous and stuff because I don't think he'd won a Super Bowl yet.
Won the Super Bowl
Before I
in
graduated.
2010.
Yeah, so it was after I graduated from high school. But still, you know, obviously people were well aware of Aaron Rodgers at the time and even won MVP already. So it'd be hilarious if I could go back in time to high school and, you know, talk to the Packers fans that I knew and be like, you know what's funny? Someday Olivia Munn is going to be more well known for being Aaron Rodgers' beard. But one Aaron Rodgers is a gay. And Olivia Munn, she's born such a good show. life is just
Yeah,
fun.
yeah. G4 tried to make that comeback and it failed, right? That was like a couple years ago.
Yeah,
Okay.
because instead of Olivia Munn this time, it was that dipshit Cross, and he went on that weird autistic rant that killed the show.
Right. That was very weird.
What the fuck are they making these shows for?
People who play Farmville.
Never know. An outrage. I should be receiving this award from President Trump. I mean, if you think about it, what he said makes a hell of a lot of sense. Why the hell would you be accepting an award from former President Obama when Trump is actively the president?
It only makes sense if it happens immediately after the election,
Yeah.
where Obama is still in his lame duck period.
Oh man, that would have been extra funny when fucking everyone's like, "Oh my God, how did this horrible thing happen?" And Obama's like, just, essentially not saying anything to anybody because it's so embarrassing it happened. And he goes to present that award, and he's all like, "I'm sorry, black people lost at the ballot box." Jesus Christ.
Neon Genesis Fentanyl. Former Ravens star linebacker Terrell Suggs has pled guilty to threatening to kill a Starbucks worker while waving a firearm at them.
Wow. If you had to ask me if I would believe it if Terrell Suggs would ever be arrested for doing something like that, I would say, hasn't he already?
You had a great NFL career, won a Super Bowl. You're one of the most decorated sack artists of all time. You're past middle age for a NFL player, or for a human being, actually, I should say. And you decide you're going to threaten to kill a Starbucks worker. Like, that person is so far beneath you. There's no way that person should be capable of doing anything that pisses you off that much.
Just black people is literally all I can say, man.
The Suns lost to the Spurs without Wemby. KD will never beat the allegations.
Yeah. This may be difficult for some people to accept, but the Spurs are better without him than
Can you imagine if they actually hit the Ewing theory?
I mean, obviously I was joking, but a lot of their offense is better when Wemby's not out there. Not because Wemby's bad offensively, but because Popovich has this autistic determination to force him to be the next Curry and constantly make him take 15 threes a game. But he's a god-awful fucking shooter, so that's awful. But when he's not there, Popovich is not filled with this intense desire to throw the game away on that retarded shit. So instead he just uses the pieces he actually has to try to win basketball games. And yeah, their defense is worse, but their offense massively improved. Yeah. At this point, you know, because like everyone's like, oh, well, you know, they could have made a push to be a play-in team after the De'Aaron Fox trade, and it's all like they should have been a playoff team, not a play-in team, before they made that trade. After they made that trade, they should have been, you know, one of the teams that was penciled in as being a potential Western Conference Finals team. Right now. The fact that they aren't is Popovich's fault. He has to go. You know, it's like the Seahawks needed to move on from Steve Carroll. It's like the Patriots needed to move on from Bill Belichick. You know, you could sit there and say this guy was great in his time, and he helped our franchise a lot, you know, during the specific periods. But we have to move on right now. The game has passed us due by.
They're such a small market team, though. I wonder if they figure they're like a team that needs to just let him coach until he retires no matter what. Like there's just some kind of unspoken agreement.
Well, that's the thing. He was going to, and then they got the first pick. So he said, well, I guess I got to stay for this kid. And it's all like, no, actually. Also, regardless of it being the Spurs without Wemby or anything like that, the Suns just suck.
I cannot believe Rudy Holzer has to deal with this shit.
It is heartbreaking, but I mean, at least the Bucks are like completely imploded. I couldn't believe that they traded Middleton. If Titan was still in the server, I'm sure he would have fucking lost it when that happened. That was not a good choice.
What did they get for him again? I can't remember.
I don't know, but it was a massive downgrade. They traded Chris Middleton to the Washington Wizards for Kyle Kuzma. Bucks received Kyle Kuzma, Jericho Sims, and a 2025 second-round pick in exchange for Chris Middleton, A.J. Johnson, and a 2028 first-round pick swap. Also, the Knicks and Spurs were part of the trade too. Knicks get DeLon Wright in cash consideration. Spurs receive Patrick Baldwin Jr. in cash consideration.
Yeah, that's not
The move gives the Bucks some financial flexibility because it gets them below the second apron. That, yeah. Made that move so that the cheap-ass Bucks owners could save money because they realized they fucked up horrifically on the Lillard trade, and they actually torpedoed their own opportunity to be a championship contender. And Doc Rivers has made sure that they'll never be able to do anything with what they have. Chris Middleton is literally the only reason that they were even halfway relevant in the playoffs last season. He damn near beat the Pacers by himself. They would have gotten some crap if it wasn't for him. I mean, you remember that game where he hit like fucking 5 clutch threes in regulation and overtime, extended to double OT, and was like the only fucking person contributing until they get to double OT, and he's literally just too exhausted to do anything else. He's got no lift on his jump anymore, and that.
Yeah, I remember that.
I'm sitting there like, thank God we didn't fucking tell the future of the franchise on Damian Lillard, because that one went very badly for the Bucks.
Yeah. I really thought Lillard would age decently because he's a shooter.
Yeah, that's what's crazy. But I think it's just the depression. You know, he doesn't want to be in Milwaukee, and he's not committed to staying there. So he lives out of the hotel room, and he just watches boxing on HBO Max all day. That's what he said he does. Like, that sounds like a horrible existence.
Sounds like he needs to make an account with BetUS.
Exactly. I completely agree.
Get banned from the league for life, and you don't have to worry about playing for Milwaukee anymore.
Exactly. It makes so much sense.
But yeah, Milwaukee literally destroyed their own future when they decided to fire Budenholzer for no fucking reason. Every move they've made since then has just made them worse. And trading Fish so that they could get under the fucking apron so that they could save themselves money is just absolutely pathetic. Because, like, it's especially a humongous betrayal to Chris Middleton. They pulled the rug on this guy big time. Because they had plans to secure the Lillard trade, but Brook Lopez and Chris Middleton both were going to leave in free agency after the Budenholzer firing, because they were going to leave and get paid more money somewhere else. But the team told them, we're going to go for this Lillard trade. Please just have faith in us that we're going to get this trade going, and we're going to compete for championships again. Stay with us. So both of those guys took a pay cut so that they could do the Lillard trade. They did the Lillard trade, but it ended up being horrible. Plus, they fucking fired the coach they had, Griffin, where they were actually going half decent with him, and then replaced him with Doc Rivers of all fucking people. So, as if you don't feel like you've had the rug pulled out from under you enough, the same team that asked you to take a pay cut fucking traded you so that they could save money. Which means they were just fucking you over the entire time. So Fish Middleton is now a precautionary tale in the league. Because everyone's sitting there saying, you know what? Don't ever take a pay cut for these pieces of shit, because then they'll just rug pull you like Chris Middleton. You know. So yeah, I mean, he was a big time fan favorite, and that dude's been killing it for years, man. Like, I remember so many different times I hated Chris Middleton so badly. I'd get nervous as hell anytime he had the ball and it was late in the game because I knew he was going to make that shot, and he always did. You know, it was like 10 years ago with Marco Bellinelli. I always knew when Marco Bellinelli had the fucking ball, here it comes.
and that's exactly what happened. Oh, like if I'm a Bucks fan, I'm just in constant misery at this point. I can't believe they did that shit. But yeah.
I wonder if Giannis finishes his career in Milwaukee at this point.
As long as they keep paying him, like, he might as well. But the minute that they decide they don't want to fucking pay him, he's out of there. He has a player option in 2028, which he will probably decline because he'd get paid $62 million that year, but he'll be 33 only, and it's just 2 seasons from now. So more than likely he'll decline that player option, hoping to get a supermax extension. That's if it gets that far. You know, they may just offer him the humongous deal anyway. Yeah, the money is all he's interested in. Hate this shit so much, man.
What shit are you referring
first
to?
of all, as if it wasn't obvious enough that Twitter is still like a haven for leftists, when you have a new account and you haven't gone to extraordinary lengths to cultivate it, the algorithm still just sends you a bunch of leftist slop nonstop. And God, I hate it. But
Okay.
listen to this crap in this view. How Hitler seized power. Step 1, create a crisis. Step 2, demonize opponents. Step 3, declare state of emergency. Step 4, undermine elections. Step 5, make the rule of law irrelevant. Step 6, rule by decree. If you go, oh my God, Trump is Hitler. And it's all like, Hitler fucking won the election.
I mean, that sounds very generic, everything you just said. That actually all sounds very, like, boilerplate.
Yeah. Because it's a fucking Jewish woman posting this shit, and that's exactly who this is catered at fucking... This is pure, concentrated Reddit posting.
Like, nothing that post said sounds like anything of actual note. That sounds like very generic bad guy stuff.
This is really, really funny to me. Because I see this Libs of TikTok post pop up, and there's a subreddit where they're planning a protest in DC. They're planning an open carry armed protest in DC, saying it's time, it's a class war, deny, defend, oppose.
Right.
But here's the thing, you're not allowed to do that in DC. And many, many, many right-wing protest movements have attempted to do that in DC over the last 20 years and are constantly hit with extraordinary amounts of legal action. Like, one of the guys I used to follow, you probably heard his name a few times because I've mentioned him a few times, Adam Kokesh, big-time libertarian. When Obama was president, planned an armed open carry firearm protest in DC, protesting the Obama administration, and he made a YouTube hype video advertising the protest, and the hype video was literally, he loaded a shell into a shotgun and racked it, and then said it's time for the final American Revolution, and you could see the Capitol building in the background. Well, that's highly illegal. So what happened is that park police fucking broke into his house. You know, they used a full-on fucking battering ram, tossed a flashbang in there, and they arrested him and his 3 buddies who were drinking and watching the game at the time. And Adam Kokesh, without a trial and without being really charged with anything, was held in a prison in Fairfax, Virginia for like 2.5 years. Until he finally said, "Jesus Christ, just get me the fuck out of here. I'll plead guilty to whatever you want me to. I just want to go." So I'm bringing all this up because I'm like, if they try this shit, then this will be the true test of the Trump administration to see if, if we really have, if we're so back, levels of back, never before dreamed possible. If that shit happens to the lefties now, I'm gonna be like, finally, we fucking did it, guys. Oh my god. But if, they get away with it because they're left-wingers, and they always fucking do, then I'm gonna sit there and be like, okay, so nothing's really changed. But either way, because I want to find out, I want them to do it.
Strikes me as a LARPing. Can't imagine any of them actually.
Well, yeah. I'm like, still. If we can put them in prison, it's worth it.
We'll also find out if their lawyers were being paid by USA.
Christ, the amount of leftist slop I have to block. My god. Plus, like, a dozen different females that Elon apparently wants to plow keep hitting my front page who have all been banged by Destiny already. Like... Oh, I wonder what the hell Destiny's thinking, because, like, he's literally in the middle of the lawsuit for the revenge porn thing, and at the same time this is happening, what's also coming out is all the news that Elon is trying to pick up all of his throwaway trash. The richest man in the world is getting my sloppy seconds. How about that?
I guess he's got to feel pretty good about that, in a way.
See, the really weird thing about Elon is that he doesn't actually knock anybody up from fucking him either. Because, like, he fucks them plenty, sure, but, like, he intentionally gets them pregnant with IVF.
Huh. So,
yeah.
When Ashley St. Clair says this, it's not like she's speculating. She knows for a fact.
Yeah, because, like, Elon's talked about it. And that's why Trump keeps bringing up IVF too, is because Elon's a huge proponent of it, because that's how literally every single one of his children has been born. And it's all like... I gotta wonder, is there something actually wrong with the guy? Like his swimmers don't really work or something? Because... I don't know, like... Why not do it the old-fashioned way? Especially if you're still gonna plow the bitch, like... I don't get it. I don't know what to think, man.
Steve Bannon threw a Roman at the end of his speech back.
I saw it, yeah.
They have to be fucking around, right?
No, that 100%, that's a force of habit, because remember, he's been in prison for a few years. You... If you're white and you go to prison, it's one of the things you gotta do, man. Yeah. I guess I'm in the Aryan Brotherhood now. There was this, There was this movie, I don't remember the name of it, but it's with Nikolai Coster Waldau or whatever his name is. He's the guy that played Jaime Lannister in Game of Thrones. And he did this movie where it's very similar to what I was talking about just now, where he's literally just some guy. Just a regular, average, everyday, suburban white dad. And he goes to prison for something that he didn't do. But in order to survive there, he has to join the Aryan Brotherhood gang because he's white. And it's like a prison that's filled with a lot of, just like every prison in the country, it's filled with a bunch of black people. I wonder why. So in order to survive, he has to join the Aryan Brotherhood. And they're like, well, if you want us to protect you, you're going to have to do stuff for us, which includes, killing people for us. So he does that, and they, the guards know that it's him, so he gets all that shit added to his sentence. So, there's no chance he'll ever be released now, even though it was something, really minor before. They might, he might have done, 1 or 2 years of good behavior. Now he's in there for life. Mm-hmm. He's like, oh, shit, okay. Well, I guess I'm just in it now.
Oh?
Oh, man.
Is this a comedy or something?
No, it's a dead serious drama.
Oh, really? Okay.
The movie's called Shot Caller. The film chronicles a transformation of a well-to-do family man played by Nikolaj Coster-Waldau into a hardened prison gangster, which he undergoes to survive California's penal system after he is incarcerated for his role in a deadly DUI car accident. Took a plea deal. He's sentenced to 16 months. Now that's the sentence is 16 months. Okay? With good behavior, he'll be out in less than a year. What it makes me think about is it's seen in A Few Good Men. He's all like, 6 months is nothing. It's a hockey season. Take the deal. On his first night inside, the character's name is Jacob Harlan. On his first night inside, Harlan overhears the gang rape of an inmate and decides to go on the offensive to survive. So the next day, he attacks an African-American inmate when provoked, drawing the attention of Bottles, the shot caller for the white supremacist Aryan Brotherhood gang, who recruits Harlan into the gang. So again,
just kept his head played by Michael Richards. Sounds like something that Kramer would do when he gets to the prison.
I completely agree with you. This definitely sounds like the kind of movie that before Edward Norton gets involved, it'd probably be about a story of a guy who started his own ice cream truck business, and then all of a sudden it turns into this shit. But yeah, he's just like, I don't want to get raped, so I better start stabbing people so the Aryan Brotherhood protects me. And 16 months, less than a year with good behavior, suddenly turns into a life sentence because he's killed more people than cancer. Oh my god.
Payoff.
Critics said that the movie has a very weak premise and relies heavily on action movie cliches and would have been complete dog shit if it hadn't have been for incredible performances by the cast who actually managed to sell you what it was that they were doing in a capable fashion.
It's like there are a lot of movies like that, where the movie would be completely worthless if not for the performances. I feel like that's a common thing that you hear about.
Yeah. Like, you know, did you see Nobody with Bob Odenkirk?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so imagine trying to do that with like a weaker cast. Because it was a really, really weak premise in the first place, because it just feels like a John Wick knockoff.
Yeah, it's John Wick, except if John Wick actually really liked killing people, basically.
Yeah. So, like, paper-thin fucking premise as it is, you know, it wouldn't have worked with a weaker cast, because it's like, you know, you just... black.
Yeah, what would Iron Man have been without Robert Downey Jr.?
Yeah.
What if it was Nicolas
Imagine
Cage?
if they had gotten their... I was literally just about to say, what if it was Nicolas Cage instead? That would not have worked out.
I don't think There Will Be Blood would be very good without Daniel Day-Lewis.
Pretty much every movie that Daniel Day-Lewis has been in wouldn't have been very good if it had been somebody else doing it. Because he's such a phenomenal transcendent actor that, you know, it just wouldn't have worked otherwise. Like, even though he was very young at the time, it is still an exceptionally rare thing for Leonardo DiCaprio to be in a movie and for somebody else to just be on such a level above him to the point where you're like, you know what, if Leo still had the same role in this movie, but Daniel Day-Lewis wasn't in it, I don't think Gangs of New York would have worked.
Right. Speaking of which, if Scorsese gets a good performance out of The Rock, that might be the most impressive thing he's ever done.
Yeah, I'm 100% on board with that. I personally think that the movie will be very bad because I just don't trust The Rock being able to put in Scorsese level performance. But if he does, Scorsese has my confidence. I will start calling him the GOAT director. Right now, I believe GOAT director is Stanley Kubrick, and I would put Scorsese above him if he gets a good performance out of The Rock.
Yeah, I have a very hard time seeing that one working out. It's a very weird thing.
Oh yeah, I completely agree with you. I have no faith in that happening at all. But if it does, 100%, no question.
Because it's not like being in a Scorsese movie guarantees you're going to knock the performance out of the park. Like, I don't
even.
I don't even think Nicholson was that great in The Departed.
Yeah, he wasn't. He was kind of hamming it up a little bit, but he routinely he would kind of just drift back into being himself instead of like the role he was trying to do, which is fine because the movie still worked okay like that. But like it, you know, Jack very easily could have been the most commanding presence in the movie by far, and the movie would have felt very much like it was the story about all these people surrounding Frank, but Frank being the real fulcrum moving the story around.
Right.
And instead, it didn't really feel that way because he didn't do bad, but it was like he could have easily done way better. And I was going to say, even being in many previous Scorsese movies doesn't necessarily guarantee that you're going to do particularly good. Because while I enjoyed The Irishman, and I think a lot of the performances in there were very good, De Niro, honestly, was my least favorite part of the fucking movie.
Well, oh yeah, because you have Pacino, who's clearly doing better, and you have Pesci playing against type, which is really fascinating to see, I think.
Yeah. So, you know, having a past of working with Scorsese many times doesn't guarantee that you're going to do, you know, flawless. Doesn't guarantee that things are going to work out perfectly for what it is that you're trying to do. So, you know, if he can actually get get a good performance out of The Rock here, I'm going to be like, well, holy shit. Big goat.
Yeah, it's like if Christopher Nolan can actually make me like Zendaya, then he's the goat director.
Exactly. I like all the people, because I mean, they bring up a valid point. It would have been great if The Odyssey ended up being a true sequel to Troy, and they recast Sean Bean as Odysseus.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Because I like Sean Bean better than Matt Damon, and I think he would have absolutely fucking flattened this role, man. He would have crushed it. But, I mean, I completely understand why it's not happening. You know, aside from Sean Bean's age, he's never worked with Christopher Nolan before. It probably never even entered his mind.
Yeah. I barely even remember his performance.
Right. Matt Damon is 54, and people are saying that he's maybe too old for this. Sean Bean is 65. He'll turn 66 in a few months. And not only that, he's kind of retired.
He was in The Martian. I haven't seen him in anything since then.
Yeah, that was in 2015. I'm looking at his filmography right now, and that's exactly what I thought. He just does really small parts, but he does them very seldomly so that he can keep his Actors Guild benefits, and he only picks small roles. He's essentially retired. Anytime he does anything that he actually cares about, it's usually a documentary that he's hosting and presenting, you know, like that he's paid for.
Can you guess which actor, and this includes all roles, including cameos, has the highest worldwide box office number in the history of acting?
Okay, I will attempt.
I'll give you a hint. It's someone who is objectively a terrible actor.
Someone who's objectively a terrible actor. Okay. I'm gonna do this 20 question style. Um, is it an Indian actor that did movies in Bollywood?
No.
Is it any kind of actor who would be considered international, and I define international as anyone outside of the United States or the United Kingdom?
No.
Okay, so that being the case, then it is someone in the United States and United Kingdom. Alright, let's someone who's objectively a terrible actor and is the top
In
box
fact,
office of all
he's
time.
not even an actor.
Is it someone who is currently an actor?
No, because he is not alive.
Okay. And that was going to be my next question: is it someone who's alive? Hmm. Was it anyone who was in a Spielberg movie?
I don't believe so. I don't believe he's ever been in a Spielberg movie. I can tell you that he's Jewish. I don't know if that's going to help you very much.
No, as soon as you said that, like the first name popped into my head was Woody Allen.
Okay.
Terrible actor. No, but he's still alive.
Yeah. Okay. The answer, Big Country just got it in chat. It's Stan Lee.
Stanley?
Stan Lee, because he technically cameos
Oh.
in every Marvel movie ever.
Oh, Stan Lee. Okay. You said that too fast. I thought it was just Stanley. I was like, Stanley Lee. Damn. Okay, now that does make sense.
Yeah. Second place is Sam Jackson, which that actually, you know, he earned that. And then actually, most of the next names are voice actors. John Ratzenberger, Frank Welker.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then Bob Bergen, whose only main claim to fame is that he voices the Minions.
Those Minions are really popular among women, and that's all you need to make a ton of money with this.
Oh shit, it's Joker. Awesome. Yeah, Chris Pratt is 6. Then Zoe Saldana. Scarlett Johansson, Robert Downey Jr., and then Andy Serkis. Which I would not have picked, but that's actually a good one.
You know who's missing from this list? Zendaya.
Yeah, she's got work to do.
Oh man. Did you see fucking Kevin Love
Yes.
on
I saw
Angel
that.
Reese's shit? That was hysterical.
Yeah, he got some people mad at him. I'm surprised he was take
Yeah,
that
go ahead
on.
and take the under on that. Kevin Love is a full-on shit poster. He's a Heat legend. I love him. I really wish we got him instead of Cleveland. Oh man.
Let's see here. Benedict Cumberbatch is actually 11. Warwick Davis is 13th, just by strength, the virtue of the fact that he's a midget in Hollywood, and when you want a midget in Hollywood, there are only like 3 people you can call, and one of them's dead. However, it is believed, as of 2000, so this is before the era of superhero movies, the best-selling actor in terms of tickets sold was Clark Gable, followed by John Wayne, and then Bing Crosby.
That makes sense.
No, I think the only John Wayne movie I've seen is True Grit, now that I think about it. I know of a lot of them, of course, but...
Oh, I've seen a shitload of John Wayne movies. True Grit, The Shootist, The Alamo, the original. Fucking tons of others. The Longest Day, did you see that one?
I don't think so. I've seen Westerns, but they're mostly Westerns after John Wayne's era, I think. Like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, Unforgiven, Silverado.
Right. But, The Longest Day was a movie about D-Day.
Oh, okay. For some reason I thought that was
And
Western.
John Wayne plays I think he was a major. Let me check. Lieutenant Colonel of U.S. Airborne.
James Stewart, Cary Grant, Spencer Tracy, Gary Cooper. Harrison Ford is actually on here. Apparently, John Wayne's highest grossing film is believed to be How the West Was Won.
Where he played General William Tecumseh Sherman. It's crazy. How the West Was Won is widely considered one of Hollywood's greatest epics. The film received widespread critical acclaim as a box office success, grossing $50 million on a budget of $15 million. So $35 million in profit in 1962.
Yeah, this was before Hollywood was a big money laundering scheme.
Yes.
Did you see Late Night with the Devil? No, Six Flags. Not sure I know that one.
So that's 35. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These values less than 10 million. Dude, fuck you.
Just set it to 10 million and then times it by 3.5.
Yes, that's very true, but I would rather use a different website out of principle.
Right.
So that is the equivalent to today's value of $368 million in profit. Only adjusting for inflation, even though there are many other aspects to actually adjusting for buying power. I feel confident saying that that would be the rough equivalent to $100 million in profit in actual valuation.
Wow, How the West Was Won also had Gregory Peck and James Stewart in it.
Nice.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm looking at John Wayne's filmography. Not a lot of stuff that I'm personally familiar with. Wow, apparently he made an appearance in Star Wars as a stock audio clip.
That makes sense, because, you know, John Wayne is actually the originator of the Wilhelm scream.
Oh, I actually didn't know that.
I'm just fucking with you.
I was about to say, if that's true, then he's been in a lot of stuff that I know all about. Otto von Wilhelm. So apparently there was a movie called Rooster Cogburn that he was in as Rooster Cogburn. Rooster Cogburn is the name of the protagonist in True Grit. So
Yeah.
did they... What is this? Did they give him like a spin-off? Okay, it's based off the character. Interesting. I didn't know
Yes.
this existed.
Well, yeah, that happened with a lot of John Wayne characters. The best way I could describe it as being this is the boomers version of, oh my god, he's literally me. Rooster Cogburn was the 1960s equivalent of Ryan Gosling in a Scorpion jacket.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
Guys who were like right in between generations, who were too young to go to World War II, but they weren't actually like straight up boomers yet, you know? They weren't hippies and all that kind of shit.
Right.
Those are the kinds of guys who, because they weren't old enough to be part of World War II, they wanted to, you know, have some kind of masculinity that they could play up so that they could join in the reindeer games for all the other guys running the office, you know, like in the Mad Men atmosphere. You know, oh, well, all those guys are World War II veterans, but I'm not, so what am I going to do? I know, I'll ride motorcycles and be autistic and pretend I'm going to have everybody call me Rooster.
Because I saw the remake of True Grit when it came out in theaters, and I wanted to see the original to see how it compared, and I actually was surprised at how similar they were. I assumed that the new one made massive changes. It really didn't.
Well, that's the thing about the Coen brothers. They really, really, really do a good job with adaptations, trying to stay to the original work. That's why No Country's so good. If anybody else did that, it wouldn't have worked.
Yeah. I've never read Cormac McCarthy, My understanding is that what he writes tends to be like modernism. Everything he writes tends to belong to like modernism.
I don't really understand what that means, I'm gonna be honest. All I can say is that when I read it, it definitely feels different compared to reading any other kind of book. You can tell that the guy's got a style that is unique. Compared to nowadays, at least.
Yeah, it's just kind of like a new form. And I was, many years ago, there was an amateur YouTube reviewer I watched who hated No Country for Old Men. He was a film reviewer, and he actually thought No Country for Old Men is the worst film ever made. And he, posted many long videos and reviews discussing why he believed that to be the case. And, one thing he was very critical of was modernism, which he basically described as, just putting things together in a way that doesn't make sense. Like, he wrote kind of a mock example of a modernist novel as "The old woman opened the door, capitalism sucks, the end." And he's like, that's modernism.
That sounds more like postmodernism, actually. But, yeah, very funny.
Our vice president is literally tormenting for posting.
And you're blackbilling.
Oh god, this is an Indiana Jones inspired level. You've got snakes. You've got a crumbling set that I have to quickly run through or else it consumes me. The Indiana Jones level. No, why did that work? Oh shit, we got a real boss fight on our hands here, people. And it's a giant snake. Lady Venomara. How was I supposed to get through that? I can't jump over that. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, I can. Good thing I'm indestructible. Need a dispenser here, need a dispenser here. God damn it. Hit the wrong button. Rooster, Cogburn, and aging one-eyed lawman whose badge is suspended due to his record of routine arrests that end in bloodshed. And I have serious brain rot. Every time I hear of a role like that, I just think of Kramer playing the main character.
That's not brain rot, that's being blessed.
Like, that sounds like something you would do, right? Totally. He's doing a routine arrest for, like, a parking ticket violation, and then it ends in bloodshed.
He's doing a routine arrest for unpaid parking tickets. The next thing you know, the clip of him with his knee on someone's neck has gone viral.
Why can't you just use a real $20 bill? That's why no one will ever do it.
Hey man, what are you doing? You can't kneel on someone's neck like that. This is a textbook hold, Jerry. I'm supposed to make the arrest like this. It's in the handbook, Jerry. What else am I supposed to do? He won't stop resisting.
Jerry, these are load-bearing walls. They're not coming down.
Oh yeah, that's easy.
Oh, really? Oh. Oh! Oh, that's Nathan's ring. I see. Like, as of right now, what is the best performance in terms of just acting that The Rock has ever given? This is going to sound like a meme. I think it might be the 5th Fast and Furious movie. He's actually intimidating in that movie.
I didn't see that one, but what I'm going to say is his early roles. Because in his early roles, he actually needed to try to get people to want to buy in, because the idea of him being like an actual actor was still a joke. But now at this point, you know, he's this megastar, you know, now he just does the same fucking shit over and over again. But honestly, Walking Tall, The Rundown,
and unironically, the Scorpion King probably be his most enjoyable and actual best movies that he was like a real human being in.
Pretty thin, man. Pretty thin.
Completely agree. And his name is John Cena. Do 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 do. He's gonna put boots to asses.
So is John Cena gonna be in the next Scorsese movie now? Is that what you're getting at here?
I sure hope so.
Oh, who's this supposed to be? Lutein Virtuoso. Knows you love... Okay, that's gotta be... Chloe. Yeah, that's Chloe. Because the joke is that she has a gigantic ass. I'm surprised they would reference that in a kid's game.
What character is he said is gigantic ass?
Oh, her name is Chloe from Uncharted. I can't remember her last name. And it's always...
I googled that. And the top result is, why did Naughty Dog tone down Chloe's ass in Lost Legacy compared to Uncharted 2?
Lost Legacy was the game where you actually played as her, so I guess I can understand why they didn't want to make a Stellar Blade.
It would have sold better if they did.
Would think so.
You know, it's going to be weird looking back on the history of things in the 2010s, because, you know, up until Trump's most recent win, where he and Elon teamed up to fix this poisoned culture, people are going to look back on the 2010s, they're going to be like, you know, we know that this woke mind virus bullshit caused a whole bunch of retarded crap to happen, but the strangest thing about the 2010s is this idea that businesses just started to hate money. Like, crazy to me.
And in order to be successful, all you had to do was be one of the businesses that didn't hate money.
You know, I mean, look at Gaben. You know, Valve is the most successful video game company on the planet. They don't even make video games. They just literally don't fuck things up anymore. What are you gonna do? Just don't show contempt for your audience.
Sully? Yes.
Sully the pilot? Or Sully the Monsters Inc. guy?
Sully, the old guy mentor from Uncharted.
The Monsters Inc. guy was the old mentor from Uncharted?
Correct. Not the move to fight with you.
Oh man. They should do an Uncharted remake where instead Nathan is played by Mike Wazowski.
I'm sure somebody's made that mod. Somebody did the Resident Evil 3 mod where I think Jill Valentine was replaced with Rick Sanchez. No, it was Carlos that was replaced by Rick Sanchez. I think Jill was, I can't remember who Jill was, but Nemesis was replaced with a giant Waluigi.
So was Carlos Human Rick or was he Pickle Rick?
He was Human Rick. I think there was a Dark Souls mod where one of the bosses was replaced with Pickle Rick, if I recall correctly.
He turned himself into a pickle, Arthur.
Yeah. Yeah, and then there was fucking another boss that got turned into Big Chungus.
No.
What season was the Pickle Rick episode from?
The third season, because that was the season when everything went to shit. Because what happened is they hired a ton of women because the show was way more popular than people thought it was going to be. The first season was literally just the two guys who did like all the voices, did all the writing too. Stephen Roiland and Dan Harmon. Then season 2 they got a little bit bigger, but it was still mostly the same small group. Then season 3 they got a humongous blank check from Adult Swim. Massively expanded the writing staff and added a bunch of women who started doing self-insert characters, including the therapist who was introduced in the Pickle Rick episode. And yeah, that was when the show jumped the shark real fucking early.
Yeah, I've said it before. I've tried to watch like clip compilations of Rick and Morty on YouTube. I don't get it. Like, it's not even trying to be funny. It's just like the humor is literally just Rick saying what just happened half the time. This thing happens, and then Rick is like, "Oh my God, Morty, this thing just happened." Like, yeah, that's not funny,
right? That's why the only season I actually liked was the first one. Everything after that's just been horrific bullshit. But Pickle Rick is widely celebrated as the moment the show was confirmed cooked. For anybody who's not retarded.
Well, it feels like the big, like, polarizing moment, right? Because there are some people who think that's hilarious, unironically. So, Nick Fuentes was streaming the other day, and someone sent in a dono talking about how video games are cringe and gay, and he's like, no, video games are a W. And started this giant fight in chat over whether or not video games are an acceptable thing for men to play or not.
Wow.
Because, you know, some people are like, no, you should do things in the real world. You should do things where you actually create real stuff.
Yeah, I don't even understand the appeal of being a Groyper anymore. If you're not Mexican, why would you do it? This is giga cooked, man, like this. Good grief.
Oh, this is the brother from Uncharted 4. Ugh. Alright, guys. I'll be right back. We are back. Oh yeah, so you're there, Snacks, by the way?
Yes, I am.
So I was reading about Unforgiven the other night, and you might already know this, and you might also, even if you don't know it, you might say, well, it's pretty obvious. But I guess in the screenplay, it specified that the Schofield kid commits suicide shortly after the events of the film. So I thought it was interesting to see it spelled out like that, even though I guess when you look at it, it's pretty obvious. Oh, another boss. I don't remember any bosses for this in any Uncharted game. Yeah, that tweet I sent you a little bit ago, I've been seeing tweets like that all day from various people.
Oh yeah. What they're explaining there. This is a very important thing that happened. The major thing with the Avatar world is that there's the real world that humans live in and the spirit world. But the two are separate. And they used to be united. But the original Avatar with the spirit of Rava separated the two worlds. Because it was difficult for either world to be able to grow in peace and harmony while being a part of the other one, because the humans and the spirits were constantly at war with each other. It was really anime kind of style. So the purpose of the avatars, was explained in The Last Airbender, is to serve as the bridge between the spirit world and the human world. And in the second season, Korra's uncle, who wants to become the Dark Avatar, has to do it during a 10,000-year event called the Harmonic Convergence, where the worlds perfectly align, kind of thing, you know, like some kind of a solstice sort of shit, where it enables the spirit world and the human world.
So it's the plot of Thor: The Dark World, basically.
Essentially, yes. So, what Korra does, and obviously none of the other avatars are there to tell her, wait, what are you doing? That's probably the most retarded idea that anyone's ever had in history. You're a gigantic mongoloid. What could you possibly be thinking? What are you doing? Stop, you idiot. They're not there because she's already severed the link to her past lives. So, she gets the bright idea. You know what? 10,000 years ago, Avatar won, and that's how fucking creative they are. The first Avatar is named Wan. Yuck! So anyway, the first Avatar makes the decision to separate the two worlds. So she says, he decided that 10,000 years ago, but you know what? I think 10,000 years later we've grown, and it's time for the world to be united again. So during Harmonic Convergence, she makes that happen. Now, there are good things and bad things that happen because of this. The good thing that happens because of it is that the power of bending essentially comes from being granted by the spirits. Even though in the original Avatar: The Last Airbender, they say that human beings controlled their chi, and they learned how to bend based off of the nation would watch animals that were native to that region where they lived, and would mimic their movements to create bending. Because badger moles were already earthbenders, so the original earthbenders watched the badger moles bend the earth, and they harnessed their chi to be able to do the same thing. The firebenders watched dragons, and they harnessed their chi to do the same thing. The air nomads watched the sky bison, and they harnessed their chi to do the same thing. And the water tribe didn't watch animals do it, they just watched the way that the moon affected the tides, and they worshipped the moon spirits, so that's how you end up with that. So Korra retcons all that by saying, oh no, back when the spirit world and the human world were one, the lion turtles would grant the human beings the power to bend so that they could defend themselves from the spirit. But non-benders were just regular people who lived in human communities, and benders would be people who were either trusted to defend that community or would be people who traveled outside of that community into the wild. And the reason the Avatar can use all four elements is because Avatar 1 was the only human being who ever traveled to multiple lion turtles to receive all forms of bending. Really kind of a stupid idea. But don't worry, I'm getting to the point of why I'm bringing all this up down. I just have to explain to you the broad strokes of the whole fucking series and why it's retarded and why it retcons so much of what people love. And that was another thing, is it's shat all over The Last Airbender, so everyone's like, this is stupid. So anyway, because spirit power is what gave humans bending, harmonic convergence after Korra makes the spirit world and the human world one again, the spirit power is released into the world and makes new airbenders. So the air nomads who had been wiped out in a genocide by Fire Lord Sozin when the 100 Years War first began. That's why Aang was the last airbender, because he was the only one who survived the genocide. So now there are airbenders again. Oh yay, that's a positive. But a negative is that the spirit power is incredibly, incredibly powerful. And it was only a matter of time until science started getting their hands on what's the way that we can exploit this, what is essentially magic. And, you know, just like in Marvel Flop, when they decided to use the Tesseract to make weapons.
Right.
They're like, hey, let's use this magical spirit power to make weapons. So that's exactly what they did. And Kuvira is able to become this incredibly powerful empire because she creates a giant mech that uses a cannon that fires pure concentrated spirit energy. And it's essentially the equivalent of if a laser was a nuke. Because it's a laser cannon with the destructive force of a nuclear blast. So that's exactly what that person is referencing there, is that was the first weapon that they created. Obviously they're going to create more weapons, and it's only a matter of time until you've essentially created the atomic age except with spirit power. And now you've got, you know, there's no mutually assured destruction concern here. There's just a bunch of madmen, and this is a world that's prone to warlords anyway. As soon as they get their hands on nukes, they're going to use them. So that's exactly what apparently ended up happening.
Amusing.
So everyone's saying that because that's the thing, is that Korra's stupid who decided that, you know, hey, everyone else is an idiot but me, so I'm just going to do the exact opposite of what everybody else ever did. And no one's around to tell her that she's stupid, so she just does it anyway. But what she actually effectively did was create a world that had nukes in it, and, well, they used them. Congratulations, dumbass.
So, is this supposed to be some kind of a parable for what we can expect whenever we get our first female president? Is that what you're saying?
I think it is a perfect metaphor for what happens when you give someone authority, and the person that you're giving authority to is a brown lesbian. It will inevitably cause catastrophe. It is inevitable. So you said the Schofield kid
Commit suicide.
needing health care after Unforgiven, huh? Yeah, that makes perfect sense, because he definitely blamed himself for everything that happened. Because, I mean, of course he did.
But at the
It
same
really was his
time,
fault.
like he killed one person, and the person he killed was the person who actually cut the prostitute up and was ultimately bad person in all of this, so.
But to be more fair, again, the whole reason I'm saying that is because he's like, all this crazy shit happened because of me. Plus, you know, Clint Eastwood's going absolutely fucking batshit at this point. And he's all like, kid, I'm gonna go on a fucking rampage here. So you can either be part of that or you can get the fuck out of the way, but this is happening because of you. Because, like, if it hadn't have been for him, he wouldn't have dragged Eastwood along and ruined the life that he's been trying to build for himself. To bring him back into that awfulness. And he damn sure wouldn't have gotten Morgan Freeman killed either, so. All of that was his fault. And that's what I think was getting to him. Not necessarily that he had killed the guy, that was just a cherry on top, but he's like, oh my god, I'm responsible for so much of this shit because I'm an idiot and I had no idea what I was getting myself into, and look at the damage I've caused. I've even become a killer now. That's just too much for me to live with.
I guess the question is, are some people just meant to be killers, like Clint Eastwood's character in that movie?
I would say yes. Not necessarily that they're destined to, like, always kill, but some people are just way more capable of it than others. Historians estimate that, like, most wars in antiquity were essentially like 9 out of 10 guys were just there because they were forced to be, and they were just hoping like hell to be able to make it through alive. But then 1 out of 10 guys was just like an absolute fucking psychopath and would just be responsible for the vast majority of kills. So, you know, if you ever feel bad, just remember, even 5,000 years ago, in the middle of, you know, some of the first wars of civilization, there were still NPCs. just getting slaughtered. Black.
Oh wow, Late Night with the Devil actually has a 97% on Rotten Tomatoes. Hello, Human Resources.
Oh my god, even Kaguya weighed in on this shit with the Patrick as a black lady with the nails thing. I can't close the spirit portal, sweetie. I'm on my lesbian break. Oh man, that's amazing.
That's fucked up. So, how long before M. Night Shyamalan gets to direct The Legend of Korra?
It'll never happen.
Idiot. I don't know what country's flag that is, but their women sure are fucking ugly.
That was one of my favorites. That was amazing. Also, what's even better is that Korra's the first female avatar in, like, almost 500 years, and she immediately destroys the world. As a fucking teenager. That's amazing.
I don't know the name of the writer of Legend of Korra, but this sounds like this should spark a meme. Like, what was X trying to say with this?
Oh, no, it literally has, because the whole problem with The Last Airbender, by problem I mean the conflict, is the 100 Years' War, where the Fire Nation is trying to conquer the world. But the thing is that Korra is directly responsible for the destruction of the world by opening the Spirit Portal. So if Sozin had succeeded in his goal of killing the Avatar when he launched his war to genocide the air nomads, the world wouldn't have been destroyed. So the two outcomes for humanity were there's only one nation, the Fire Nation, but there's peace, prosperity, and harmony under the flag of the Fire Lord. Or the entire planet is destroyed. So everyone's realizing that now, and they're like, what did the writers mean by this?
Yeah. It's like in Moulin Rouge, when the Duke realizes that he's playing the part of the rich asshole in the love triangle, and he's like, wait, I'm not an asshole. Ewan McGregor's the asshole. He's gonna leave her with nothing as soon as his lust is sated. I'm offering her something real. What is this? Why am I the bad guy? That scene makes that whole movie. I can't really watch the movie because it gives me a headache because it's so hyper, but that scene makes the movie.
Yeah, without a doubt. Like, hey, I know you're the hero of your own story and everything, but think for a second about what it is that you're actually trying to offer here, compared to what you're denying her as the alternative. That's the reality many of us need to face, and it's extremely tough, but that is really the difference between a man and anything else. It's being able to make the right decision, not just the one you want to make.
Because that is very nearly one of the oldest stories in human history.
Yes.
The beautiful woman having to choose between the rich jerk and the poor nice guy. Like, that's the plot of The Wedding Singer, that's the plot of La Boheme. You have to come at it from a different angle if you're going to try to tell that story.
Right.
Like, I guess the oldest story in human history is Gilgamesh, right?
Presumably, yes. But, you know, that's the kind of thing, you know, I don't have much praise for him these days because of, you know, everything that he's done, fuck him. But it's what George Martin talks about, where he says the only thing worth writing about is the human heart in conflict with itself. And that's what you're talking about with, you know, that romance story. It's not just the rich jerk. It's, you know, from the perspective of the woman. It's, do I choose the stability? Know that I and my children will be taken care of and that we will have a secure life in exchange for me not being very happy with the guy that I'm with? Or do I choose the love, which is, you know, most of the time just like a stormy, hot and heavy, lustful affair, but, you know, that kind of passion very quickly dies out. But that's the thing, is you're like, oh no, I want it because this is what makes me truly happy, and this is, you know, blah-de-blah-de-blah. And it's all like, yeah, but, you know, what are you really giving up here? And it's exactly like that guy in Moulin Rouge was saying. He's like, I'm not an asshole. You know, the minute you've got the post-nut clarity kicks in, you're going to be like, wait a minute, I don't want to do all this crazy shit. Fuck this broad. And then off you go. Meanwhile, I've long since ridden off into the sunset, now she's screwed. How the hell can you call that love if that's what you want for her?
Right. That's why Titanic sucks, or at least it's not a very good movie. There's nothing.
Right.
He tells that story, and there's nothing else going on in there other than just telling that story again. He doesn't put his own angle or spin on it. He just does that story again.
Right. And again, women view it as being so romantic because they're like, no, but I want to fuck the broke hot guy so badly, even though, this rich jerk is going to take care of me and my family. And it's all like, and... oh, man, what a fucking crack of shit. But, yeah, more about the Avatar stuff, though. Mark Hamill actually did the voice for Fire Lord Ozai.
Oh, I think I remember reading about that.
Yeah. He's the voice for Fire Lord Ozai, and Fire Lord Ozai is the leader of the Fire Nation during the time of The Last Airbender. So, he's the big bad evil villain guy who needs to be stopped. But the thing is he's not the one responsible for this war, and he's not even responsible for the war continuing, because it's just part of how things are now, because it's been going on for 100 years. He didn't choose this. Funny because it's Mark Hamill, knowing what you do about him, and he's voicing this guy. He literally has a line, because they're trying to figure out how to get the Earth Kingdom, who has been defeated by the Fire Nation at this point, but they're still fighting, even though the capital has fallen, which was a city that has over 80% of their country's population inside of it. It's a humongous city. When you look at the map of the world, Ba Sing Se is the only city you can actually look and pick out. Let me see here.
Didn't George Takei do a voice in that as well, or am I thinking of something else?
Yes, in one of the first episodes, he played a prison warden. So yeah, oh, son of a bitch. This map is easy fame. Shut up. Fucking Discord. Okay, so that map right there, Ba Sing Se is in the top right corner of the brown, tannish nation is the Earth Kingdom. And you can tell that it's Ba Sing Se because that's that weird circle thing. That's the gigantic wall protecting Ba Sing Se. That is one city. So that's 80% of the entire country's population is right there because it's basically the only real city on the planet. And the Earth Kingdom is supposed to be China. The Fire Nation is supposed to be Japan. The Water Tribe is supposed to be North Pole tribes, because essentially this is a conflict in and around the China Sea kind of deal. And the air nomads are Shaolin monks, Shaolin Tibetan monks, basically.
So it's kind of like how Game of Thrones is trying to do. It's light historical and parables. Kind of like how Game of Thrones is what do they call it? The War of the Roses?
Yes. The War of the Roses is the inspiration for a lot of the family names and iconography and so forth. And when you look at a map of Westeros, it is essentially a large version of the United Kingdom. So, anyway, so the Earth Kingdom has been defeated militarily, but they're still fighting and resisting the Fire Nation occupation. So there's a war council where, Fire Lord Ozai and his generals, but also Prince Zuko is there, and he's asking, Prince Zuko, you spent time among the commoners of the Earth Kingdom. What do you think, is what makes them strong? What makes them able to resist us? And he says, people of the Earth Nation are hardy and strong, and they are able to endure anything so long as they have hope. So then Fire Lord Ozai literally has the line, you're right, we need to destroy their hope. Unironically, those exact words.
Does he
driven
have a
in-
giant handlebar mustache when he says that?
I will show you a picture.
You know I'm being facetious, right? You get what I'm getting at.
Yes, I absolutely do. But like, when you look at this guy, you're like, oh my god.
Okay, no handlebar mustache, just a handlebar beard. Whatever.
Yes. So then, when they're about to win the war, he goes completely off the fucking wall and he decides to call himself the Phoenix King. He's the king of the entire planet, essentially. So then he adopts that weird fucking outfit kind of thing. But anyway, so when he says we need to destroy their hope, he comes up with a plan to use Thousand's Comet, which massively enhances the abilities of firebenders, to essentially napalm the entirety of the Earth Kingdom. His plan is literally to burn the nation down to nothing but ashes, making conquest completely pointless because he's not intending to leave anything left. He's just like, I'm gonna genocide everyone. Sozin's Comet gives them the power to be able to do this kind of thing. That is one single firebender doing that. Trying to find a picture of all of them going at once, because they get like 20 airships together with firebenders doing that, and they're just blasting.
Sorry, when I see this, I just start thinking about the fucking scene in the live-action Last Airbender, where
Yeah.
there's like 10 guys doing air kung fu, and then a rock starts slowly floating.
Yeah, that was really bad. That was a horrible decision on his part. It looks less like they're using their chi to actually move the rock, and more like they're doing some kind of homosexual interpretive dance, a summoning technique to make the rock start moving around. Like, good God. Oh yeah, here we go. Finally. I was able to find it. So yeah, if you zoom in, you can see, because like, those blimps are massive. You gotta imagine that they're the size of like an actual battleship. Like, 3 times the size of a Hindenburg kind of deal. The airships are themselves massive. Which you can tell even more from seeing the perspective of the previous picture, where you see the one guy who's on like this platform on the airship, where that one guy looks completely tiny compared to the airship, and then all the fire that he's making, and then they've got 20 of those. It's just like miles wide, huge amounts of devastation.
So that's the point of all of this that I'm bringing up, is that the Fire Nation was literally doing that shit. Like... So, very obviously, the bad guys, oh my god, they're so evil. And yet, the writers are so stupid in terms of what they had Korra do, that those guys ended up being... correct the whole time. It would have been better for the whole Earth Kingdom to burn down instead of the entire planet to be destroyed.
So it's like Far Cry 5, where you find out the bad guys were right all along.
Yes. Oh my god, guys, isn't that so scary? Meanwhile, it's like, well, total chud victory. We told you she was dog shit. We knew the whole time. Congratulations, the last horse crosses the finish line. Such a retarded idea, seriously. No.
Probably not lightning data. I haven't been watching much basketball lately. I anticipate being busy tomorrow anyway.
Yeah, I meant it when I said it. The Luka trade has completely destroyed basketball for me. I'm not even a Mavs fan, but I have no intention of watching this shit ever again. Adam Silver. As long as Adam Silver is the commissioner, I'm not going to watch the NBA.
Yeah, it's hard to fucking give a shit.
Yeah. He's completely ruined it. Because that's the thing that sucks, is you know that if Stern was the commissioner, 100% he would have blocked that trade.
And banned Nico Harrison from ever even touching a basketball again.
Yeah, he'd have been like, what the fuck is wrong with this? He's like, go back to Stone's shoes. Fucking... I got so heated there in a minute, I almost said a no-no word. No, not that one. The nuclear word. This is a word you're not allowed to use.
Yeah, I need to see what's this. Because I'm gonna have to go here eventually. Get in a box.
This game makes me think it's like the PlayStation version of Kingdom Hearts.
There's a little bit of truth to that. I think the gameplay's a little better put together. It's a little cleaner.
Right, the gameplay is a lot different, but I just mean in the sense of like Kingdom Hearts is constantly doing Final Fantasy and Disney references. This is the same with PlayStation references. But it's just modern PlayStation references, which is weird to me, because I'm like...
Ape Escape ain't modern, is it?
Well, certainly not anymore, you're right about that. But like Uncharted and the God of War reference was Ragnarok.
Right.
I'm like, man, they could have done...
Could have done a little more Crash Bandicoot, could have done a little more Spyro.
Right. Yeah, for me, one of the most iconic, for me, the most iconic God of War sequence in the whole series is in God of War 2, the whole sequence where you're on the ship fighting the Hydra.
Mm.
That's just me. But I'm like... I think that would have been a good opportunity to do a water world, which would have been a... You know, in a game like this, they kind of want to do that.
Yeah, Zoomers
from time to
don't
time.
know what those games are, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, which is very true. But this game wasn't made for Zoomers. It was made for betas.
Yeah, Sly Cooper. Those games were good. Lightning Data. I like those games.
Yeah, they should be doing a Jack and Daxter reference.
Yeah, I love Jack and Daxter.
Yeah.
So I'll be getting out of here fairly soon because I got a couple videos to shoot. It's getting late.
Okay.
But what are your plans for tomorrow?
Just gonna be here. Yeah, just get ready for Saturday. This is my first day back at Amazon.
All right. So you'll just be chilling.
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously that was Dante from Devil May Cry, which that's a great reference. What the hell are you? Oh, Vamp Champ. He's Nosgot the best reputation. And who is that? Oh, it's Legacy of Kain. Okay. That's a deep cuts reference. Not a lot of people know what Legacy of Kain is.
Yeah, that's a really old franchise. It was started out on original PS1.
Right. Well, Devil May Cry 5 was almost the best game in the series, so I can't believe they're not gonna they're gonna make at least one more. There's no way they don't, I don't think.
What was the one that went like it should have been me who's something something eternal light or whatever?
That was the first one.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the first one. How do I get it? Fucker.
I'm watching that video now. Hilarious fucking delivery, Jesus Christ. That's classic Capcom shit pure voice acting.
Yeah, the original Devil May Cry is a very shittily made game, but it's fun, so everything else just kind of
Right.
is whatever.
But I'm scrolling down and the comments are hilarious. This guy's like, what a terrible moment to hit puberty. Another one is, hey, can we do a second take? No. That's classic.
Oh yeah, shit. Okay.
No, this isn't happening. There's no reason for me to go on. What? What am I fighting for?
According to
Yes.
Kamiya, Drew Coobs, who voices Dante in the game, could have taken a second take if he wanted to, but he and the team found the voice crack so funny they decided to keep it in.
I don't know if you've ever seen that one before. I remember it from back in the day on YTMND. That's a classic. Are you kidding me?
Oh my god. Bad dubs are incredible.
So Mega Man is Capcom as well, by the way.
Yeah, they're not beating the allegations.
They need to bring back live-action cutscenes like in the original Resident Evil. That's the next step. Resurrected Wraith. Oh, that's got to be another one then. Legacy of Kain. You may have seen this one before too, but I like this one. I'm a big fan of this one.
My husband is having an affair with your wife. I don't think we should talk about it.
Oh, is this the OG's old man?
Yeah. That's a classic.
All timer. Yeah, all timer.
Oh, Sly Cooper. Alright, yeah, that's Legacy of Kain. Who have thought a young fuck like you could... So I have no way to verify if this is true or not, because I would have to put a lot of research into it. You know the Thank You White Man, Sam Hyde, $1 million Extreme clip? Apparently, the black guy in that skit was just some random black guy they found that they gave $50 to read a script. And according to some of the comments I read, I guess the director of that skit said that I don't think he really had any understanding of what he was saying. He was pretty out of it.
I would not be surprised.
And apparently in that video, when he lists the pencil as a white person invention, he was supposed to say penicillin.
That's hilarious. Yeah.
I like the idea of $1 Million Extreme doing such a racially charged skit. They literally cannot find a black person to read it in good faith, so they have to find someone who literally doesn't get it. Yeah, Lightning Dad, I don't know how you felt about it. I actually liked the DMC prequel, the one where you play as young Dante. I understand why people didn't like it. It's not hard to tell why. It's pretty fucking stupid, but I think the gameplay itself was very fun. So I didn't mind that at all. So if they want to go in a direction like that, I'm not going to be against it. I mean, it's a pretty dumb game. I understand why people don't like it, but I think the game is fun. It just plays differently than other Devil May Cry games. I wonder what was the first video game to have good voice acting. Was it Metal Gear Solid 1?
I think the first video game to have good voice acting, I believe came out before the first Metal Gear Solid game. It was The Legend of Zelda's CDI game. Remember that one?
Okay. I mean, I guess I can't really argue with that. Honestly,
But let me check.
StarCraft had good voice acting. That came out the same year as Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah, the first Metal Gear Solid game came out in 1998. The Wand of Gamelon came out in 1993, so I was correct.
My boy, this piece is what all true warriors strive for.
A cursory Google search says that, yes, as a matter of fact, the original Metal Gear Solid game actually is considered the first video game to ever have good voice acting.
I've been told by some people that the first PS1 game to do voice acting was actually a Yu-Gi-Oh! Video game. I don't know if that's true or not, but apparently that was actually considered to be something that game had that other games didn't have, that was kind of stand out versus other games. Diablo 1, you talking about Diablo 1 Big Country? I've never played the original Diablo. In fact, the only Diablo I played is 2. Oh, God. Oh, that didn't work. Gets a job so we can save enough money to purchase a PlayStation 3. But it's still one of my favorite YouTube videos of all time.
Here's a little piece of poop. $599 US rubies.
Ruby.
Only toast.
You know what they say, all penises. Come on, Luigi.
I hope she made lots of spaghetti. Yeah, see, you're in a water level right now. This could have easily been God of War 2.
Wait, wasn't the Hydra in the first God of War the intro level? Because in God of War 2, I remember the first boss was like this big Colossus.
You know what? You're right. That was the first God of War. hard to believe, because it came out in fucking 2005, and that whole level and sequence and cutscenes and everything looks so much better than so many other things did for years after that. It was a fucking PS2 game.
Oh yeah. See, back then you could count on like Sony or even Microsoft to come out with at least a couple games like that a year that just kind of come out of nowhere and end up being awesome. And now you just don't.
It is unfortunate. Please show me my paycheck is pending at least. Yes, it is. Thank you. Aw. Damn. Did my math wrong. It's not a big deal. I had assumed I was gonna get $70 more than this. Not like I spent money thinking that I would. I haven't spent anything, but just thought I was gonna get $70 extra. Yeah.
Alright guys, so that's gonna just about do it for tonight. I'm gonna be getting out of here in a moment. I just wanna finish freeing this starfish. And then I'm gonna go ahead and sign off. So thanks for coming out, and everyone have a good rest of your night. Videos in the morning. And that's to the end of the week. So, a lot of shitlibs on X are getting really excited because I guess Trump's approval rating is down over the last few days, according to, assorted pollsters.
Yeah,
Like,
which I'm not going to believe, so.
How many times do we have to do this? How many times do you have to be told that, like... How many times do you have to be told that Trump is not popular and this politician is more popular, and then he wins anyway? Like, this keeps happening, man. I think you'd learn something by now. All right. All right, so I'll see you tomorrow. Don't